Before we officially start, are there any other elected officials or representatives of elected officials who want to introduce themselves today? All right, well, I think we're at 101, and I see our co-chairs, Kim Coble and Mike Powell. Great seeing you both again. Some of us were together just earlier this week for the first quarterly Climate Commission meeting. Happy to have this be an action-packed Earth Week with Climate Commission meetings and Mitigation Working Group meetings. The Just Transition Working Group meeting is having its first meeting. It's launched this Friday, so lots of activity at the Climate Commission, lots of activity at EPA and MDE. I'll have a couple of quick, exciting updates on the really the federal and the state side as we get into it. But welcome, happy Earth Week, everyone. I'm Mark Stewart, Climate Change Program Manager at MDE, and Susan, you can feel free to go ahead and start the meeting recording. It's nice seeing so many people join us today. Are there any MWG members who are joining by phone, or is there anyone who's standing in for an MWG member today? All right, hearing none. Thanks to all the members of the public who are participating in today's meeting. We'll be sure to leave time later on to hear public comments and give everyone here the opportunity to participate in today's discussion. So let me turn things over to our co-chairs for opening remarks. Kim?
Thank you, Mark, and thank you everybody for being here. Welcome to 2024, a lot of great work ahead of us, and yeah, look forward to a productive meeting.
You're muted, Mike.
Okay, I was saying I don't think I have anything to add to that. So thank you all for being here.
All right. Couple quick things I want to share from our side at MDE. A couple federal updates. Last month, EPA announced new vehicle emission standards. Maryland standards, of course, exceed the new federal standards, but we want to take a moment to really celebrate that the new standards will improve air quality, reduce GHG emissions, and reduce driving costs for millions of Americans who don't live in the 17 states that have adopted California's Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule, as Maryland has. On Monday of this week, EPA announced $7 billion for the Solar for All grants competition to install solar power for low-income communities nationwide. Maryland is expected to receive about $62 million for that award. I'm also proud to announce that MDE is providing $500,000 for technical assistance to help local governments in Maryland apply for grants to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're funding the Environmental Finance Center at the University of Maryland to assist local governments located on the Eastern Shore and in Western and Southern Maryland to help them access state and federal funding opportunities. This effort complements the federal Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program, which recently provided $3 million in climate planning support for metropolitan areas across Maryland. The new assistance will be available to local governments in Garrett, Allegheny, Washington, Calvert, St. Mary's, Kent, Talbot, Caroline, Dorchester, Wacomico, Somerset, and Worcester counties in Maryland. We have more information on the MDE's website about that technical assistance program if you're interested in learning more. Today's meeting has two primary features, the first of which is revisiting a conversation that we had last time for the presentation from Cambridge Analytics and MDOT on VMT reduction strategies and travel efficiency, look at the benefits and costs. We mentioned last time that we didn't feel that we had quite enough time to discuss some of those findings, and we wanted to invite Darren from MDOT and Cecile from Cambridge back to revisit some of those high-level conclusions, maybe touch on some additional findings from their work, and create a little bit more space for the MWG to discuss the important findings there. So Darren, can I hand it over to you to dive into the first part of today's meeting?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. And I don't know who's going to put the slides up. Is that you or?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you. And then having said that, well, first of all, I'm Darren Lovas. I'm the Chief of Environment and Sustainable Transportation here at MDOT in the Secretary's office. I've been here, I'm approaching my 1-year mark on May 6th. So pleasure to be here with you all. And having said all that, I'm going to hand the baton over to Cecile, who is actually going to handle the first few slides. Cecile, are you on?
Yes, thanks, Darren. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark, and thank you to the Mitigation Working Group again for bringing us back to continue this conversation on the transport sector decarbonization with a focus on VMT reduction strategies, and to provide that additional information and details that Mark just mentioned. So Darren and I are glad to be back in front of you to have this pick up this conversation from our last meeting. Next slide, please. So wanted to provide a quick overview of the presentation. I will pick up where we ended our conversation last time in terms of the emission reduction strategies bubble chat. That was the focus of some good discussion last time around, and provide a couple of additional details on and dive-ins on the MPO plans and programs and a particular strategy that is the transportation demand management strategy, and then turn it over to Darren to discuss synergies and how projects are typically implemented, prioritized, and all of that. And he'll also go through the piloting approach and give an example of the Maryland carbon neutral corridor work and discuss next steps. I'd like to take some time to reorient those of you who were here at the last MWG discussion, and also those who are looking at this chart for the first time. On this chart, you see the breadth of VMT reduction strategies that we have considered for the MDOT climate pollution reduction plan. And quick things that I wanted to note here are the size of the bubbles, which stand for the potential emission reductions. So just to give you a scale, the large bubble that you see, the blue bubble, which is the MPO plans and programs bubble, that is indicative of 1.5 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents. And the one that indicates the red line transit at the very top in green indicates 0.005 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents. So just to give you a sense of scale, that corresponds to the dot size. And then comes the color of these strategies. Red stands for the behavioral strategies, which have to do with changing or impacting travel behavior and ridership behavior, and all of that. There are the green ones are capital-intensive projects which require upfront investment and construction of infrastructure. Examples include freight rail, transit, fleet expansion, which require capital costs and construction in many cases. I would also want to orient you to the axes here, the x-axis being feasibility. So if you are in the rightmost side of the graph, that means there is a higher chance, greater feasibility. And as you move to the left, the feasibility decreases. And on the y-axis, you would see the cost per ton of CO2 reduction, the cost effectiveness, and that is a logarithmic scale. So you would see the costs increase logarithmically. I see that there is a question or hand
Yeah,
raised.
thank you. Mark Shebas from Office of People's Counsel. Can you say what feasibility means exactly? I assume it's cost, technology readiness. What are the factors that go into that?
Right. So it is a subjective assessment. Again, it's not quantified or anything like that. It is subjective, but would go on. So cost is on the y-axis. So cost is not part of the feasibility, but more technological maturity is one of them. And there are things that also indicate time for ramp up and implementation, since we are looking at a 2031 implementation. So that would take things. So if it is very capital intensive, which has to go through environmental clearances and other things, that would put the feasibility on the lower side of things.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the reason I asked about cost, it seems there's a difference between cost and cost effectiveness. I understand, the cost effectiveness aspect, but you're saying
Yes.
cost is not at all a part of the feasibility.
So we did not include cost as part of the feasibility unless, the ramp up to some extent looks at the upfront capital that you have to put up, right? So those things are included, but not cost itself.
Okay, thank you.
So just to sum it up, in terms of like how we are reading this chart, the most cost-effective strategies and feasible strategies are to the lower right-hand corner. And as we move up and move to the left, so there are some implementation challenges that are associated with the strategies, and time for ramp up and challenges in terms of travel behavior or like adoption in the marketplace and other things. So I see another hand raised.
I think Kim was first, and then I think I'm behind her.
So if I'm reading this correctly, the lower right-hand side, you have zero emission school buses. So that's more feasible and I guess more cost effective. Then if you look in the upper left hand, you have a purple circle that's expanded transit bus fleet electrification. And I guess I'm surprised by why they're so different.
Yeah. So a couple of things here. One regarding the zero emission bus school buses. The costs that we considered for that one were only indicative of the pilot study costs and not the total cost of infrastructure to scale it up. So that is one of the reasons why you see that at the low end of the spectrum to the right side. And on the question of expanded transit bus fleet, the keyword or operative word there is expanded and not the transit bus fleet itself. So you would see there is another dot just below the red dot that talks about existing or like a planned transit bus fleet electrification. So so the expanded part is from what has already been committed to, and if additional funds are made available, you would expand that program to an increased fleet penetration beyond what was initially in the books for. So that is the reason we are making that distinction between what is planned and what is in addition to what has been planned. So hopefully that's clear.
Okay, I think I'm next, and then Jennifer. The question I had, partly on expanded telework, is sort of how current that is. I mean, if we'd been doing this presentation before COVID, I would have expected expanded telework to give a huge benefit. Now it seems like so many organizations, I think the state included, is moving people back to work. Sort of everybody who can telework pretty much teleworks. How current is your assessment of the benefits of expanded telework there? I mean, how much more teleworking can we do than what we're already doing, I guess, is one way of looking at it.
Yes, that's so one of the things that we have done since the post-COVID analysis was to reconfigure our telework assessment to reflect the changes that we are seeing. So we actually had to scale it back based on surveys and state of telework surveys and other things that has revised these numbers downward. And the other thing that we also did was to relook at the real costs of telework, which were revelatory in nature. And we found that the costs that we assumed initially were lower, and the costs, the real costs are significantly higher, which is also something that we have raised as one of the summary outputs in our m.cprp. So that's what you see on the screen.
Can I just one quick follow-up on that? You think the costs now are higher? Because that surprises me. I would have thought cost of teleworking would go down.
So initially, we did not consider all costs related to telework. So infrastructure costs and things that we needed to have to be able to function for a longer engagement of telework were not included in the costs in studies that looked at it soon after the pandemic. And then those costs came into focus after a little bit of time to include all these real costs, longer term costs of telework. So that is the reason we had to revise those costs upward.
Okay, Jennifer, I think you're up.
Yes, my question was around the red dots, which are behavioral. If you have a budget or plan around trying to impact behavior through any public education campaigns or anything that would increase the telework or any of the other things that are red dots.
Yeah, so I think to the extent possible, we have included costs that relate to public education outreach campaigns in both TDM and telework combined, because those are traditionally included in both MDOT as well as Metropolitan Washington COG campaigns. So those have already been included as part of that.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Great. Next slide, please.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, Bob, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
So it seems that the costs are extremely high. So let's look at the left-hand side, and you say cost per ton of CO2 reduction. And once you get above the 100,000 line, which I assume is $100,000 per ton,
Right.
those all seem very high. It would be nice to have a comparison for like direct air capture or carbon capture and storage or some other technology to get a better feel for how these costs compare to technology that's been proposed for removing CO2. As I said, some of these costs, when you look at, just are extremely high, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that, and Darren, you could probably weigh in on this as well. So transportation has traditionally been one of those sectors where given the capital intensive nature of what the infrastructure that is needed and all of that, to even for things like transit, bicycle and pedestrian facilities and all that have to be built out to provide effective emission reductions, you would need significant amounts of investments, right? So this is often captured by abatement cost curves and things like that have been developed not just for transportation sector but also sector-wide. And it's beyond that, it's more of a policy question in terms of like where to invest and how investments are made. Darren?
Chris?
No, I have nothing to add. That's exactly right. This is along the more the less cost effective like part of the curve, right? Although there are variations, to be clear, between the different strategies, and also these interrelate to one another, which we'll get to. And Chris, I see your hand up.
Yeah, question, and sorry, I'm sure you explained this earlier. What's the time period for this?
Yeah, so these are all based on our 2031 analysis. So
This is emissions reductions cumulatively through 2031 or emission reductions in the year 2031?
In the year 2031.
So that's one thing to keep in mind. This is something we always run into when we look at cost effectiveness of transportation projects. So this is 1 year. Many of these are enormous capital projects that then exist for decades, right? So you have the whole capital cost in the numerator, and then you have 1 year of benefits from a multi-generational project in the denominator here. So you end up with really high cost per ton because you're only counting a teeny tiny fraction of the carbon benefits. And especially something like the red line. Red line we know is going to be way more impactful than that, but it's hardly going to be in 2031. It's not going to get us. It's not even going to be. I don't know. You guys can explain timeline you assume for the red line project, but the project will be a little bitty baby in 2031. So that's one of the reasons that dot is so small. So this is something we deal with always with cost per ton of transportation projects, is that the time period is extraordinarily important because these are really long-term capital projects. Every one of these is going to have some little idiosyncrasies in how it was evaluated. So that's why a school bus is shown as having, electric school bus has a cost of maybe like $1 or $2 per ton, but an electric transit bus is tens of thousands of dollars per ton. That's idiosyncrasies from how those things are evaluated that makes sense when you have a particular data source available. But when you do that a couple dozen times and throw them all up on the screen, there are lots of differences where you're not necessarily comparing them on equal terms. And the third thing to keep in mind, especially with large transportation capital projects, is that we have public transit for a lot of reasons. One of those reasons is carbon, but it's not the only reason, and it's maybe not even the biggest reason. The biggest reason we have public transportation is that it's necessary for the functioning of a modern society and having things like cities. We simply need it. So when we narrow the benefits of a multi-benefit project like that down to just one, which is carbon, you also end up with some pretty intimidating cost effectiveness figures. And so if we compare that against, last part, Darren, if we compare that against something that's a much more targeted carbon reduction, like say direct air capture, it's not going to compare because a public transportation project gives you dozens and dozens of hugely important benefits. And then you narrow down to just the carbon versus direct air capture, which gives you basically one benefit, which is carbon. When you look on a carbon basis, it's not necessarily going to be a fair comparison in that sense.
Yeah, that's all exactly right. And I just want to flag that this is the challenge with these measures is the time frame within which we get benefits and some of the other issues you mentioned about co-benefits, Chris, and then also synergies between them, because it's not fair to compare these in isolation, which is where we want to go next in the PowerPoint. And I just want to flag that we're running tight on time, so I'm hoping we can talk about it. So this just scratches the surface. As much information as there is packed into this graphic, this just scratches the surface of the way these measures work in the real world. So
why don't we let Elliot make his question, and then we'll hold questions for a bit until you can get further into your presentation.
Thank you.
I think mine will be pretty quick. This came up because of telework, but I think it's applicable to everything. And I apologize if you've already made this clear. But when you're looking at costs, are you looking at cost directly to the state, or is it more a comprehensive economic assessment? I'm thinking like it came up because of telework. Are you looking at the cost savings to the employees? But that could be applicable to a number of the programs.
Yeah, so these are public costs only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll hold questions for a bit to allow you to get further. We'll do some more questions if we have time at the end of your presentation.
Great, thank you. So quickly wanted to go a little deep into, provide a little bit of additional detail. So there was a question last time around asking for more information on the MPO plans and programs. So these are most recently adopted programs that are fiscally constrained, and the long-range plan elements that can be operationalized by 2031. So we had to draw that line. And on in terms of VMT growth, the trend, business as usual, was 2% annual growth, which due to these plans and programs would get reduced to 1.1% annually. So the difference between those two is being reflected in potential VMT reduction of like 4.7 billion VMT, and that equates to 1.53 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents. Next slide, please. Wanted to give another example of transportation demand management strategies. So these are all things that we talked about. The commuter choice Maryland, it includes telework programs, commuter choice, commuter connections, the part that pertains to Maryland in the program that Metropolitan Washington Council of Government runs. So those are all covered under this transportation demand management program. And you can see some of these synergistic strategies that Daron will get into that are listed at the bottom, which includes car sharing, parking incentives, and others, which go well together with transportation demand management strategies. So you can see that they result in 0.17 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents in the year 2031, equating to 657 million VMT reductions. With that, let me turn it over to Daron to discuss strategies and synergies.
And I'm going to move pretty quickly through these. So let's go to the next slide, Mark, please. So the challenge and the opportunity with measures like these is they can't be looked at in isolation. They support one another, and you get bigger benefits and bigger reductions when you combine measures. And specifically when you combine them in geographic locations. So the context matters, density, whether or not there's a transportation corridor nearby, and other context dependent factors matter in terms of what you want to deploy among these measures. And then temporally, there's differences between these as well. Pricing can be done most quickly, for example. Anything that alters land use takes longest, with other items such as rail expansion, putting more buses on the street, putting more shuttles on the street, doing more carpooling, more car sharing, falling somewhere in between. And then typological, some of these support one another better than others, and I'll be able to explain that with the next slide. And this slide is very information packed, and I apologize for the fact that we're going to have to move through this pretty quickly. And please follow up with Cecile and I if you have questions. This is from a Federal Highway Administration Commission study done by Cambridge Systematics, actually linking up the different measures based on potential synergies between them. So every place you see a check mark is a potential synergy between one measure and another. So, and one of the simple examples I always think of is transit. You're not just going to do invest in a new transit line with discrete stops. You want to incentivize and catalyze transit-oriented development nearby. You want to make sure there's adequate bicycle and pedestrian access on site and to a network of facilities nearby. You want to make sure there is plenty of charging facilities, maybe have a hub of them available for e-micromobility like e-bikes and scooters, as well as cars, and for transit buses too, right? You want to put everything out there, and that's not to mention solar arrays that you can put up over parking lots and over buildings, and energy efficiency measures you can use. So there's a lot you can do, right, with the benefits actually supporting one another by deploying multiple measures. So, right, this is one of the, again, the advantages of looking at it this way. So, and if you go to the next slide. Okay, so we go deep on transit, which is what I just talked about. So I'm probably not going to belabor this much more, because the slide I really want to get to is actually the next slide. So thanks to Cambridge Systematics, which is a longtime consultant for the state of Maryland, we were able to go back into the archives and find a 2011 project creating a carbon neutral corridor, or studying the potential to create a carbon neutral corridor along US 40. So just to give you a little background here, this is in Baltimore and Harford counties, and there was a detailed assessment made of 13 candidate corridors based on a set of criteria to determine which one would make most sense to deploy a bunch of these strategies in order to reduce carbon emissions. And the winner among those 13 was this particular corridor. And so the idea is to have a strong land use concept, which focuses on new town centers or building up existing town centers adjacent to the corridor. Measures to reduce energy consumption on site, to increase renewable energy supply, to conserve land nearby that can sequester carbon emissions, and to build out supportive transportation programs and infrastructure. So car sharing programs, for example, transportation demand management programs such as commuter choice, as well as new bus rapid transit service along the corridor, connecting enhanced rail stops like MARC stops and light rail stops, through which you can increase access by building out bicycle pedestrian infrastructure. So that is what is written in here. This is a remarkable study, and it was never acted upon. So it remained on the drawing board. And just to give you an idea of the aggregate emission reduction that Cambridge Systematics estimated from all of these design changes and investments. So compared to a 2006 corridor emissions, at that time, this is 2011, total corridor emissions in the preferred scenario for this kind of approach would reduce projected emissions by 43% by 2035. So a huge aggregate emission reduction from deploying multiple strategies along a discrete corridor in the state of Maryland. So this is exactly the kind of thing that we think we should consider, right, in terms of looking at future investments and future strategies to reduce carbon emissions using the variety of measures that we've been talking about. And now, as we all know, the game has changed so that vehicle electrification, not just for light duty vehicles, but for medium and heavy duty vehicles, is in play as well to make this this kind of corridor even more carbon neutral and more effective for helping to combat climate change. So I apologize for the fine print here. Obviously the PowerPoint is available, and Cecile and I are available to answer questions or talk about this afterwards. If you go to the last slide, this gets to next steps and recommendations. So land use is obviously key here. What are the interactions with transportation? Under the previous administration, I don't think there was much focus on that. We would like that to change here at MDOT, which is why we have a new transit-oriented development program that's working hard to capitalize on the on land development around MARC stations, light rail stations, and metro stations. Make sure to work with communities for readiness to implement strategies along the lines we're talking about. And that includes keeping an eye on equity considerations. And then we need a lot of supporting policy. This is where we talked yesterday, I know, at the Climate Change Commission General Meeting about taking a look at next legislative session. What needs to happen there? What can happen in the interim in terms of administrative guidance? and partnerships and other incentives we can put in place. And then we need to be aware that there are going to be some side effects of increased electric VMT, as beneficial as it is. These cars are heavier, these trucks are heavier. There might be safety issues we need to keep an eye on due to additional wear and tear for tires and roadways. We're going to see some potential particulate matter emission problems crop up. And then we need to keep an eye on roadway maintenance and state of good repair because of the heavier load on our roads from switching to battery-laden vehicles. But the upshot for us is we really would like to lean in on the synergies between these strategies, geographic, temporal, and typological, and pilot approaches, and maybe actually implement ones along the lines of the carbon neutral corridor study we just shared, which is available online. It's an interesting read, in that it feels like something we should be doing now. A little sad that it remained on the drawing board, but maybe there's an opportunity now to move forward with this kind of thing. So thank you. Sorry to rush through all that.
Darren, can you repeat how much, for Dana's benefit, how much benefit that corridor reductions would be? How much reduction greenhouse gas we'd get?
Yeah, so this was, and Cecile, since your firm was involved in this, you might be able to give more detail on this, but this is, so what the team looked at is the preferred scenario, and they looked at a comparison with 2006 corridor emissions, right, which is what we were looking at in 2011 as the baseline. And the projection was that they would be reduced 43% in carbon emissions below the 2006 levels by 2035, right? So
yeah, in 2035.
Yeah, in 2035. So
do you know what that translates to in terms of million metric tons or something? I get the percentage, which is a big percentage.
I can certainly look that up and get back to you on that, Mike.
yeah,
Thank you.
and to be clear, this is one corridor,
Sure.
right? So there are multiple corridors. Like with the NEVI program, we have 23 alternative fuel corridors, including this one, I believe. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Okay, I thought this was very useful. I mean, just ask one last question. Summing it all up, where there's something that jumped out at you in terms of either feasibility, cost effectiveness, most reduction in greenhouse gases. Is there something from the study that you said would have come out pretty close to the top?
Cecile?
Yeah, I was right in the middle of all of this, so perhaps, like, Darren, if since you are the one who looked at it from the higher level, you could probably
Yeah. Yeah. So the two, part of the reason we went deep on the MPO plans and program implementation and TDM bubbles is that those are big and relatively cost effective. So in the plans and programs, for example, this is what we have 7 metropolitan planning organizations, the 2 biggest being DC and Baltimore regions. If we actually implement what is in their plans, we get huge reductions pretty cost effectively. And then when you combine, the behavioral measures, including TDM, you also get some pretty big reductions cost effectively. And that's nearer term. That's the other advantage of looking at those strategies.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. Anybody else have any other questions before we move on? Thank you. I mean, I certainly found this very useful, and we appreciate it because this helps us in the planning process as we go forward. Kim, did you want to add anything before or Mark?
No, just thank you very much. I think it is an important conversation. I noticed Lindsay Mendelson was putting in the chat about the Transportation and Climate Alignment Act. That would have been a nice synergy here that with this data, we might have a better chance next year of bringing that back.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, and that's a nice segue and setup for the next part of the agenda, which is a review of the legislative session. So as I turn this over to Kim and Mike, let me pull up a different slide deck.
So Mike, why don't you take the lead on
This
meeting?
time rather than the reverse.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll provide the color this time.
Yeah, we gave this presentation yesterday, and she did the play-by-play, and I did the color. So I guess we're going to switch that this time. When we go to the next slide, Mark. This is what we're the sort of topics we're going to talk about. First, there was changes in the commission membership, then legislation that were called for in the pollution reduction plan, then sort of we're not going to go through bill by bill, though if people have questions about any particular bill, we're more than happy to. And then a slide called climate setbacks, which is basically the some of the more relevant or important points that happened during the session. I want you to go on for the first slide, Mark. And Kim, just interrupt me at any time if you want. There was a couple changes in the commission membership. I mean, it's a net of 2 addition, but there was a substitution as well. We have the comptroller in place of the state treasurer. We've added the chair or designee of the chair of the Public Service Commission to the commission, and added the Secretary of Emergency Management to the commission. Again, those are basically the PSC and the Emergency Management are both programs that are going to be heavily involved in either climate changing or resilience changing or resilience planning. And so it makes some sense to have them members of the commission. As you recall, there was some discussion last year about not wanting to add too many more members of the administration to the commission that maintain independence. But of course, the comptroller is independently elected, and the chair of the Public Service Commission that's an independent organization, even though it's appointed by the governor. So I don't think it's major changes. Next slide.
Actually, before we move to the next slide, you just reminded me, and I neglected to do this at the top of the meeting. The Maryland Department of Agriculture representative on the MWG has changed, and we're delighted to have Nadia from MDA with us today representing MDA. So Nadia, I apologize that we didn't introduce you and welcome you at the beginning of the call. That's my mistake. Do you want to take just a few seconds to call and introduce yourself?
Sure, it's no problem. Hi, my name's Naja Shahab. I'm MDA's Climate and Equity Initiatives Coordinator. I started within the last year, so I've sat in some of these meetings as a second year when Alicia Mulkey was the primary member, so I'm excited to kind of take over that role for her.
Welcome. Sorry that I didn't remember to do that at the beginning.
Oh, well, welcome. Okay, next slide. This is the legislation was specifically called for in the Climate Pollution Reduction Act. You can see that there were more bills that did not pass than that did pass. I think most relevant that none of the various bills, many of them introduced by Delegate Stein, who's here present, advanced this year. There was no change in the renewable portfolio standard for waste incineration. That's a bill that's been in, I don't know, for at least 10 years, I think, hasn't passed. There were no progress on EV readiness for multifamily. I was in some of those discussions, and that one broke down because there couldn't be an agreement on what percentage of parking spaces had to be EV ready. It was frustrating because there was not a disagreement about whether to have EV ready, but how many. Empower, though, that program was modified, and that was a success, and that will now move that program to far more aggressive electrification as opposed to the prior focus. The manufacturing sector, that was a bill that Kim put together. I think I had a little bit of input in it, but just feedback. And that did pass, and that will subject manufacturers to more regulation of greenhouse gases. Previously, they had been entirely exempt from any greenhouse gas emission reduction. One that did not pass, and considerable surprise to me, is legislation to make the EV incentives of the state occur at point of sale. Federal incentives are now being modified so you get the incentive at the time you buy the car. That way, a seller of a dealer of electric vehicles can say, I can give you $7,500 less on this car today, not when you file your taxes. Eventually, you may get that money back. It did not prevail this year. That's a problem because I think we've put a lot of our plan together on increasing electric vehicle sales, and we did not have any progress on making better incentives on EV purchasing. And in fact, as you'll see in a minute, a little bit of slip back. Kim, did you want to comment at all on that slide before I go to the next one? Okay, go to the next slide. These are the climate bills that did pass. We've already talked about the greenhouse gas reduction from manufacturers and Empower. The $90 million for greenhouse gas reduction projects, that was, the governor did allocate $90 million from SEEF funds, the Strategic Energy and Investment Funds, to greenhouse gas reduction projects. I do think it's important to note, and I know Ian's on, and if I say anything incorrect, he can interrupt me. It's a one-time fund. I think it's basically some reserve funding. Don't get me wrong, $90 million is $90 million, but we need to recognize that it is a one-time infusion. It's not $90 million every year, but that $90 million will be used for greenhouse gas reduction projects. That's really the only place where we had additional funding, I think, come in for the climate change plan. But again, $90 million, and given the budget situation in Maryland, is pretty significant. There were bills passed to allow vehicle-to-grid systems to interconnect, again, reinforcing how important it is to have some progress on the EV side. We had one that I think was very significant is because it, as many of you know, I think we're falling way behind on solar development in this state, but some improvement on net meter generating facilities and a requirement for there to be a solar incentive program, hoping to get some kind of improvement in solar. Some adjustments in the offshore wind project requirements, because the one of the offshore wind project was proposing to withdraw the proposal. The economics are very difficult on offshore wind. There was a requirement the gas utility companies develop a network geothermal system, a provision for state-owned buildings, particularly those that are below the 35,000 square foot down to I think a 25,000 square foot. It's not, at least in my reading, the requirements are not as extensive as are imposed on buildings over 35,000 square foot, but they are being extended to some smaller buildings. Some provisions for comprehensive flood management, and then a provision that from data center, 15% of, I believe it's income tax revenue, would now be devoted to the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, and therefore can be used for climate change purposes. So I'll amend my earlier answer. It's the 90 million plus this 15%, whatever that turns out to be, is the only new money allocated to climate change goals. Anything here, Kim, before I go to the next slide?
Just to emphasize that, if we look at the headlines here, there's a lot of good. The renewables did pretty well. We have something on solar, we have something on offshore wind, we have something on geothermal. That's great. And but we have the 90 millions. The 15% of it's actually of the corporate income tax that a data center will pay, and that's effective, I think, in 2025 or 6. So eventually we might see some money there. And that reflected a compromise on the administration's part to help offset the additional greenhouse gas emissions that are going to result from the diesel powered backup generators. So, a little bit of a yes and a, or up and a down on that. There is no really disappointed in the funding aspects of it. And the commission has made it really clear that we're going to need revenue. We've said that for a number of years. There were a wide spectrum of proposals. One that would generate $900 million, one that would generate about $350 million or so, and was a transport fee, and then one that simply enabled MDE to do some real deep looking and research and get their ducks lined up on cap and invest. So it wasn't even a revenue generator, but it was allowing that to move forward. None of those bills went anywhere. And additionally, the agencies put in fee bills and those didn't pass. So it was a tough year for any initiative that was dependent or is dependent on revenue. So just want to make that point.
And sort of follow up on that, Mark, put up the climate bills that failed. Most of these we've probably talked about, right? The EV standards on multifamily, the failure of the point of sale, failure of the waste incineration. Much of the fee bills that, all of the fee bills really that Kim just referred to, and many of them were, I know that Doug Stein was the sponsor of, if he wants to make a comment on them, but they didn't proceed this year. But, when you look at this, there's some things that are just very surprising that Climate Education Week could not make it through. That nothing requiring any kind of planning purposes made it through. I know Kim's doing color on this, but my read of the situation is that the legislature is being very cautious about commitments, and that's partly that we have a very significant structural deficit problem. We also made a number of commitments on the blueprint for education side that, though clearly a good cause and justified in many ways, there was no way of paying for it included in the original blueprint. And I think that what we're seeing is some concern within the legislature about making commitments without fully understanding what the implications are going to be, or making cautiousness, I guess, is the right term, at least as my perception of what's occurring. Kim, you want to provide your comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the legislature was very clear that they were not going to move and did not move a lot of climate initiatives, including some simple ones like an education week and the tougher ones, which were the revenue. I think this came up yesterday during the larger climate commission meeting, but I think as a group that works on this, we need to grapple with this hurdle. There's no way to get the goals that are required in the Climate Solutions Now Act without these actions moving forward. That's what the climate plan says. That's what we're working towards. I don't expect it all to occur in 1 year. I'm not saying that. We're going to have to take steps, but we've got to keep moving forward on things. And it's at this pace, we're not going to make it, especially without any revenue sources. So I think there's some room to really look at methods and consideration as we tackle this.
I'll add one more point, and Kim, tell me if you disagree on this before we go to the last side. I do think that the fact that the Pathway report identified $1 billion a year needed is a scary number. In some ways, the size of that number makes it harder, because it it can seem like an impossible mountain to climb, at least in my perception. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, it is a big number, but it's also, I did not run into anybody saying, yeah, you know, a billion's a big number, but, you know, I'm happy to talk to you about 500 million or 300 million. So it wasn't, to me, it wasn't the dollar amount that they were, I mean, it was really the commitment. And it was across the board. So I think hopefully next year it's different, but I do think that's a hurdle for us.
Okay, let's go to the last slide, Mark. This is the climate setbacks. As I mentioned, the mitigation work group and the commission had recommended increased incentives for EV adoption, since transportation and light duty vehicles is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases in Maryland. Instead, the legislature increased the registration fees for EV owners. There's some justification, there is justification for this from a transportation fund standpoint, that EV owners don't pay for the gas tax that maintains highways. And so the idea is that they should contribute to the roads. People like me should contribute to the roads that I use. But obviously, from the standpoint of getting more EVs on the road is a step back. And secondly, the legislature added to the Budget Act a provision requiring the Department of the Environment to delay the site energy use performance standards until they took a number of steps, including completing the benchmarking required in 2025. And I know MDE is now going back through, I think, to repropose those regulations on a schedule that would accommodate what the Budget Act provides. At least that's my understanding. Kim or Mark or Chris, anybody else want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think both of these are again examples of the hurdles that are in front of us, right? So the EV, they missed the whole point about incentivizing EVs. There might be a need and a common sense approach to making sure that EV, especially as we get more of them on the road, that they are contributing to the transportation fund. But there just wasn't part of the discussion about, but boy, we got to do everything we can to make sure EVs are on the road, and more of them are on every year. So that was a complete swing and a miss in terms of the conversation. That the second bullet was particularly difficult for a lot of us because it was done behind closed doors at the 11th and a half hour without any input from the public, from stakeholders, from anybody, based on well, I'm not sure what it was based on, frankly. It was it came out of the speaker's office, and there was their opinion that MDE had not done the outreach and had not listened and talked to the stakeholders enough. So I don't think that's accurate at all, but that's how it went down. So that the process on that was, again, a real swing and a miss. And for me, it's a disturbing precedent in terms of moving forward with the actions of that we need MDE to take. So that's the color commentary on that.
I see we have a question from Mark. Before we do, did Mark or Chris, any comments you want to make, or should we just go ahead with the question?
Why don't we go ahead with the question? We'll see if there's more.
Mark, you have the first question.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question on the state EV incentive. I saw that the point of sale modification didn't pass. Do we know how much money is being appropriated to that incentive for the next fiscal year? And second, I thought there was a proposal to extend that incentive to used EVs as well as new EVs, just the same way that the federal tax credit does. Am I misremembering that, or was that in some bill, and did that pass or not?
To the best of my knowledge, neither of those passed.
Yeah, they did not pass. I can't remember what the details of what was introduced was, Chris or Mark, if you recall.
Yeah, there was a proposal to extend to used as well. I think that was a separate bill from the point of sale one.
Mhm.
Yeah, two separate bills. As for the budget, it's $8.25 million per year.
Okay.
For another fiscal year or two.
And how soon was and I don't know how that relates to last year's appropriation, but my understanding is last year's was exhausted pretty quickly. Do you remember how fast that went and what last year's appropriation was?
So it was so by last year, like this current fiscal year, it was $8.25 million as well. And I believe it lasted, Darren may know off the top of my head. I think we entered waiting list territory in February.
Okay.
Darren or Ian may know. Yeah, Ian.
I think it was March, but that's about right. So I know, right, that we're out for this year. And then there's a wait list, right, that will have to, start being tapped, I guess, in July when the new fiscal year begins, right?
I mean, for what it's worth, my 2 cents are that our solar development and our EV adoption are lagging way behind, and those I think are major proponents of the plan. But that's the reality. Ian?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that in terms of energy bills. On the RPS, we're way behind on solar. That's right. We're not anywhere near on track to hit our, RPS goal, which for solar is 14.5% in 2030. That escalates each year. One of the problems on that is that the fee that energy companies can pay in lieu of buying those solar racks is going down. It's on a statutory, decline in current law. And as long as that payment, that fee continues to go down, it'll be advantageous to just pay that fee rather than buying the SRECs, which actually funds solar development. Now that fee comes to MEA, and we will invest that in solar projects in low income communities. So, that's the other side of it, but we're not going to hit our RPS goal without some changes policy wise. And in fact, even the non-solar RPS, for the first time in a long time, really ever, I think we're seeing the same thing where we're getting a lot of these alternative compliance payments coming into MEA, into the CEF, rather than purchasing renewable energy credits on the market. So there's definitely an imbalance there that needs to be addressed. And, obviously the governor has committed to 100% clean energy. The RPS is a big part of that. So that's one of the things that MEA will be working on here during the interim, is to, try to figure out, how to fix that and see if we can, move forward. The other factor there, of course, is that for the first time in a long time, electricity load is increasing, right? You've got vehicle electrification, which we were just talking about. We got building electrification, and of course, data centers. Besides just the backup that Kim mentioned, it's just the load. Tremendous increase in load. So we've got to figure out how to offset that as well, if we're going to hit our, clean energy goals. So yeah.
And
Yeah.
correct me if I remember this wrong, Ian, but we've got a lot of community solar going up, but I don't think we've got a single utility scale solar project under construction at the moment. We got some in the queue.
Well, I think we're expecting some utility scale projects to come online here in the next couple of years. So
Under construction now?
I think so. I'm not, my understanding, and I don't know if anybody from PPRP is on this call, but my understanding is that there is some utility scale that we expect to come online next couple of years. But I'll just say one other thing about solar. There was that solar bill that passed. What it really is that it made some changes to the RPS so that certain projects will get additional renewable energy credits, mostly canopies, rooftop systems that are in preferred sites, right? So not those utility scale projects that are going to deliver the most solar for the state, but those that are in more, brownfields, landfills, those kind of things that are in more preferred locations, because none of the solar siting bills passed, but there are some changes to the RPS, which might help some of the rooftop systems primarily. Yeah.
And I'll just reinforce your comment about the increasing demand. As some of you know, PJM is suggesting that our one remaining coal plant cannot close. and still meet reliability requirements. And that plant is scheduled to close in 2025. But obviously, if it does not close because of reliability issues, then that is a tremendous change from the way the climate plan proposes. So I do think this transition is a major issue that we should be focusing on to renewable.
And even beyond just the Maryland coal plant, if the data centers and increased usage require more, imported electricity, if that comes from coal, well, that is included in the climate plan as well, right? We account for imported electricity emissions in the Maryland climate inventory. So whether it's in Maryland or not, we're going to have to account for it.
Well, currently PJM's solution to the closing of the coal plant is a new transmission line to bring in power from Pennsylvania. So, yeah, I mean, I think no matter how you look at this, the lagging of our solar development is a major issue.
Yep.
But that's sufficient color, I think. Is anybody got any other questions? Okay, Mark, you want to go to the next agenda item?
Well, the next agenda item is really building on the conversation that we're starting here. As we consider the outcomes of the legislative session, we wanted to create some space for the MWG to think about how this influences its work plan for this year. What are some of the takeaways, the lessons, the realizations of where we need to go, where the MWG has a role in recommending legislative changes for the next session. As Jennifer mentioned in our climate commission meeting yesterday, today, or maybe yesterday, is day one of the next legislative session prep. So we wanted to make sure to create some space to get some conversation about the work ahead. Where should the MWG go this spring and into the summer? Where do you want to focus recommendations? And of course, one that's obvious and easy for us because it's been a topic before. It was implicated again today. Is around funding and funding prioritization. So that's clearly kind of on the list of things to consider. But I guess in terms of questions that members have or thoughts, ideas on where like see the MWG focus and your own sort of reactions to the legislative session, just wanted to first and foremost create some space for dialogue.
I think Garrett's hand's up.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I think I appreciate that we're ready to kind of shift gears there. I do think it's really important that we do. One of the things that I was thinking about last year, we were doing our work concurrent with some other really important climate strategy work. We had MDE developing the state climate plan. We had a task force that had been called for by previous legislation from the previous year, looking at how can we accelerate the development of solar, right? And we had bits of conversation here on some of these topics, but we also had these other spaces that were having theoretically kind of deeper dive conversation and strategizing on what all could we do to try to accelerate the pace of solar development. And I think it's important for us to be more integrated with those kinds of things. So and I haven't paid close attention to what all is on the kind of the docket this year in terms of all the work groups that might have been created. But, I would love to see if there were something like a task force looking at how to accelerate solar that existed separate from this group. I would love to see a little bit more integration with this group, like them bringing a presentation to us on here are the things that we're imagining recommending, because I think it's useful for us to be able to place, to think about prioritization and be able to place some of the recommendations that we might bring forward in context. And it felt like it was hard to do that last year because these other kind of similar processes were developing legislative recommendations in parallel, but not in a very integrated way with what we're doing. So I hope we can kind of get back toward that. To me, the biggest setback, the biggest missed opportunity was there was no major clean energy legislation this past year, in addition to the other things that were already mentioned. And I do think, as it's great to hear Ian say that MEA's planning to work on this. I feel like it's very, very important that a major clean energy bill moves. And I'm not talking about pulling waste incineration out of the RPS, which I think is very important, but that's small potatoes compared to let's reform the way the RPS works as a whole. and obviously the conversations around solar and land use and all that stuff, we're, as a county government, we're very much in the middle of a lot of those kinds of things. But I think it's important that we do pick a couple priorities. I very much support the idea of a funding conversation, but to me, the clean energy conversation is a second area that should be a priority, where we should have specific ideas to recommend for what should go into that clean energy piece of legislation that I was very disappointed to not see even introduced this past year, but that I think ought to be the centerpiece, that I hope will be the centerpiece from the administration in the next session.
I'm gonna go to Jennifer, but just let me add one more fact on that. We are falling behind on solar, and if you look, we're depending a lot on offshore wind. I know New York just lost several of their offshore wind projects, so it's a very big gamble to depend upon offshore wind in the absence of solar. Jennifer?
So my number one priority will be funding the climate plan. And I'd love to see everyone really row in the same direction on that, including looking at getting Renew passed so that we can make polluters pay, because it's so hard, as you pointed out, Michael, to get it out of tax money. We should also make the polluters pay a big part of it. But we need to agree on a model for the funding. And right now, people talk about a variety of models, but there is no consensus about which one. And if we wait to come together on that, we're going to find out that we get no model passed. So I'm very, very concerned about that. And I also mentioned this yesterday, that we had too many bills that clogged the system. And so if we have fewer bills, and everybody gets around them, I still think that making sure that new buildings are built right in the first place is really important to get a Better Buildings Act move forward. Is seems to me very, very urgent.
It is definitely true that I think the legislature set a new record for the total number of bills introduced. Of course, it's also true, I think there were more climate bills introduced than I'd ever seen. Not in terms of how much passed, but in terms of how much was introduced. Okay, any other comments or questions from anyone? Kim?
Yeah, I guess responding to Jennifer, I agree with all of that. I will point out that the administration put in one bill that caused greenhouse gas to go up. So the number of bills are actually, coming from the legislature. There's only so much you can control there. And in some ways, maybe it's a good thing that there's that much interest in the topic. But anywho, I also want to go back to Garrett's comment on solar. The utility scale solar deployment is a mess. And a lot of it comes down to the controversy around siting. And that is, I said recently, it's like putting a bill in about giving up your firstborn. It is just controversial. So I look to local government, frankly, for taking some leadership in this area and trying. There was a group last year that spent an enormous amount of time trying to come up with a solution around this and a way to move forward, and it just couldn't get it done. So not to say we aren't supposed to keep trying, we are, but we got to figure out a different way to do it. And
I second what Kim had said. You and I seem to be agreeing a lot more than I remember us ever doing before. But it's interconnection problems, which is hard for us to solve in the state. But clearly, the things within our control are largely around siting, and we're just falling woefully behind. But Miguel, I think you're next with your hand up.
Hey, Miguel Moravec with the Rocky Mountain Institute. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Yes, I'm a senior associate looking at climate and transportation policy. I really appreciated the attention given today to coal plants and why we don't want to keep those emissions on the grid, even if we're importing them from other states. I wanted to flag that in the transportation sector, we talked about a lot of great mitigation options today, but I want to be really clear that, adding expansion capacity projects where you're adding new lanes are equivalent in terms of that asset will be adding new emissions to roadways for 30 years, just as much as a coal plant would be. And there was a really interesting analysis from Transportation for America that was submitted testimony that found that current obligated Maryland bipartisan infrastructure law dollars are expanding roadways so much that it's offsetting the benefit of federal dollars invested in clean transportation projects. So just wanted to flag, as much as we're concerned about coal plants and the energy sector, we should be thinking about how, climate time bombs like coal plant magnitude level of emissions from expansion projects may undo many of the very positive benefits that were discussed at the beginning of this presentation. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we'll try to see if we can put together a little bit of public comment. Mark, how much time do we have for public comment?
I think that we put 10 minutes on the agenda for it.
Okay.
And we've got plenty of time here in the meeting for integrating public comment along with this continued discussion on the MWG's work plan for the rest of the year.
Okay, let me then, I don't want to cut it off too much. Is there anyone else before we go to public comment who has anything they want to say on the scheduling and agenda and prioritization of issues? Bill, are you making public comment or are you making a comment on this?
That would be public comment.
Okay, we'll hold you on the list. You'll be first on the list. Elliot, you want to make some comment on this topic?
Thanks. Yeah, I was just kind of reflecting on the prior comments and kind of our work over the past few years. And while, I agree funding is of utmost importance, I don't necessarily see how much we can add to our prior work on the funding, right? I mean, we've produced a pretty solid menu of options for funding this plan. I mean, we've looked at cap and trade. There's the obvious debt financing option. Jennifer brought up the Renew Act, which, is, I think, a good idea, although it would probably be a challenge to actually get money from. I mean, we could look at other tax mechanisms, but ultimately it's up to the legislature and the governor, like what they want to adopt from those options. So and maybe I'm not fully grasping the picture, but I don't immediately see where we can add to our current understanding of funding options. So I liked the idea of looking at more of the regulatory barriers, like our issues with solar siting as a focus for the group, unless there's some really new, innovative funding options that we can explore.
At least so far, I haven't heard a funding option that wasn't discussed last year, but if somebody else has, please chime in. Ian?
Well, I wouldn't say that I have another alternative. I guess what I would say is clearly that's a major factor in how close we can get to reaching our goals, right? With the funding. And while I agree with Elliot that obviously any decision has to be made by the legislature and the governor, there's obviously there's not a lot of comfort, right, with the concept. It's still new in Maryland, although other states have it. And so I think there could be some value in some additional conversation as to how it would work, where the funding would be invested, right? How, what policy options exist, because cap and invest is a big topic, but, and we have Reggie, but, there may be some merit in just continue to talk about it, right? The General Assembly, right? The old saying is it takes 3 years to pass a big bill. More conversation might help get people more used to the idea and also tease out where the pain points are. So you know, I see some value in it. Obviously, you don't necessarily want to spend 6 meetings on it. So that's what I would say about that.
Would you, I'm picking up, trying to understand, are you suggesting we might spend more time on where the money would go? Because that is something I don't know that we spend a lot of time on. We spend a lot of time on how to raise it, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's where we would have some perceived expertise, right? I mean, this is not a budget committee, right? We get that. But, you know, in terms of where might the whole point of Cap and Invest is not to raise the money, it's to invest the money, right? To make sure that we can fund all of those things in the climate plan in terms of, you know, building electrification and EVs, and particularly for low income, right? You know, Marylanders who might not be able to afford that heat pump up front. You know, the IRA rebates will only take us so far when they come to extend those, and to talk about what those investments look like and why they're important to meeting, you know, the state's climate goals. So, you know, to me, that seems relevant to the work of the mitigation work group.
Anyone else want to weigh in on that particular issue? Chris?
Sure. Yeah. And building on that, you know, we identified Cap and Invest as one of the, you know, measures that's most relevant there in the climate plan, and committed to keep evaluating it. And so I think if the MWG has appetite, we could have sort of more formal proceeding. We can bring in, you know, experience from the other states, plenty of people ready to offer technical assistance. And perhaps there could be a model from Delegate Stein's bill this session to organize that work.
Kim?
Yeah, Chris, I appreciate that. I would be 100% supportive of that. And I think there's been a lot of thought around Cap and Invest, hearing what other states are doing and how they're doing it, and maybe being able to make some progress about improvements that we'd like to see here in Maryland around it would be great. So I'd put that on the top of the list.
So what I'm hearing is that in particular of what's happening with other states and comparing it to the proposals that we have. Is that the concept? It's in Kim nod. Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Okay, it sounds like that should be an agenda item for us, definitely then. What about other agenda items? I mean, I've heard, and personally, I think we ought to be looking at this, the question of obstacles to solar development. But anybody have any feel on that or any other issues they think should be on the agenda? Ian?
Let me just say, obviously, MEA staffed the solar task force last year, which focused on exactly that issue, right? Obstacles to solar. You know, and the bill came out of that adopted many of those recommendations. I mentioned one of them earlier. There were a number of tax incentives and other changes too. There's a grant program that is going to help, you know, the counties on permitting. There are a number of factors. Now, we did not deal with solar siting came up. We didn't agree to it. There were a couple of solar siting bills in the legislature this year. They all failed. It's a really thorny issue. And I'm just saying, we did look at it last year. You know, it's hard to balance, honestly, the climate goals and the need to, you know, meet our solar goals that we talked about, while also looking at things like, you know, farmland, you know, other natural resource preservation, you know, forests, open space, all of those things. It's a really thorny issue. And I just don't know whether or not we're going to have more success here than the solar task force had, or other, you know, so I would just raise that as an issue, that you do have these competing priorities, and it may be hard for us to balance here or find out how to get through them.
Are you suggesting though we not discuss it, or are you just suggesting it's complex?
I having been through it, I think it's going to be a major pain point. Let me just say that, you know, so unless we, you know, if we have something more specific to offer, I mean, this is obviously the mitigation work group's objective, right, is to mitigate emissions. That means a lot of solar. Obviously, if you're cutting down trees to put down solar, nobody wants that. So I get that. But then it gets a lot more complicated. You know, how are we balancing local rights versus state preemption? You know, what do we have the wherewithal to make those judgments? I guess I'm not sure we do.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, Kim.
I mean, if not us, who? Right? It has to get resolved if we're gonna, or else we need to roll back our solar goals. Because until we get the siting issue and make some advancements on that, we're never we might as well give up on 14.5. So I having been in the trenches, not as much as Ian, but it is a gnarly issue. Very difficult. On the other hand, maybe we are the right group because our investment in this issue is a little bit different than the stakeholders that were around the table before. So I'm willing to give it a try.
Mark?
Yeah, thanks. The discussion about federal funding that's happening in the chat is interesting. And I'm not sure whether there's a next step for this group, but just for awareness, Public Service Commission is holding a comment period right now in its Public Conference 56, which is the public conference dedicated to whether electric utilities are sort of adequately seeking available funding under the IIJA. And based on the commission's notice, I think that proceeding, the scope of it probably will be expanded to include the Inflation Reduction Act as well. So, we'll have feedback there from the utilities. OPC will be filing comments. A lot of other stakeholders will be filing comments as well. That's focused solely on what the electric utilities are doing to take advantage of all the various streams of federal funding that are available under, those two major federal laws. I don't know when this group sort of last had a sort of assessment of what's going on across various state agencies. I mean, I know MDE is doing a lot, MEA is doing a lot, MDOT obviously as well. I don't know so much about what's happening in the other agencies or whether there is anything that's sort of worth discussing. So I don't know, if there's an agenda item around what's happening, statewide to make sure that the state is taking full advantage of all the opportunities under especially those two federal laws, but other laws as well.
So you're suggesting an agenda item on what other agencies are doing, or what other agencies are doing on federal funding, or I just want to make sure I understand the proposal.
Well, I mean, I think it could start with just sort of an update on what is happening within each federal agency to the extent it can be disclosed. That could help fill out the picture of what funding may be coming into the state and therefore what gaps need to be filled on the state level.
Okay, so it's on what's going on in federal agencies and what federal money is coming. I want to make sure
State agencies.
State agencies.
State agencies seeking federal money.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it. Any other comments and thoughts on that?
I'll share that we could organize that presentation and it would make everyone's head spin. There's a tremendous amount of work that the agencies are doing to go after these funds. But I think the interesting part that maybe Mark was pointing out is to piece together, of all of these funds that are coming to Maryland or that the agencies are pursuing, how do they fill the needs assessment that was identified in the climate plan for the additional investment that's needed? Do we see some hope that we will get some additional competitive federal funds for, let's say, building electrification, and that addresses part of our needs assessment under the plan, and yet we, don't see any federal funding opportunities to do more to provide additional incentives to help moderate income families transition to EVs, right? I don't know that we have mapped it in that way. And that might be more meaningful than having the agencies and the governor's team come and express the tremendous amount of work that we're doing to chase these down.
Liz?
I'm on the energy website, and it's for the rebates, and Maryland still hasn't submitted its application for these home energy rebates. Do you have a timeline for that? I see other states have.
Ian?
A couple of other states have. Most have not. We've submitted our early admin application, and I think we'll be submitting the full application later this year. There's been a lot of back and forth with DOE on that, and fine tuning and asking for information. And it's been a pretty complex, lengthy process. But Only a couple of states, I think, have actually, submitted their full application. So I think we're pretty much on track. We're not one of the first, but we're far, far from the last. And when will we expect to get the actual rebates? That's right, the big question, right? It'll probably be later, in the fourth quarter of this year or potentially first quarter next year.
Okay, Mark, why don't we add your formulation of that as the potential agenda item? Any other agenda items from meetings this year that people would like to advance? Okay, then why don't we take some public comment? I have Bill and Jeff being on the list first. And if anybody else wants to be added to the list, please raise your hand. Please try to be mindful of the time, but we're here to listen to you. Bill, you're up first.
Hi, thank you, working group members, for your great discussion and this important task. And thank you for allowing public comment. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're an organization that has 27 years working for walkable, transit-oriented communities with affordable housing in the Washington, D.C. area and Maryland suburbs. And I appreciate the remarks on land use by Mr. Lovas and the presentation on transportation emissions and just mention of the synergies. I think two follow-up points on land use, and also one related to other costs and the costs not incurred. So on land use, I think one important point in Maryland is its transit-oriented development is certainly essential and important, and in places like Prince George's County is a big part of their economic development strategy. But the benefits are not strictly around transit, that more compact development also reduces trips for all drivers. So even in smaller towns and places without much transit, there's significant benefits to better land use policies that result in shorter trips, perhaps half the distance for drivers. There's a good Brookings report that they've had a couple out over the last 2 years on this. And the other point with land use is yes, sometimes it is long-term, but it can also happen very quickly if you look at the growth occurring in places like Frederick County. And on the positive side, if you look at what happened in the District of Columbia last decade, where they gained about 90,000 residents in a short amount of time, that land use changes when there's the right policies and certain economic conditions can happen. The changes can happen very quickly. So it can have very important benefits. And this makes all of the strategies that were shown on that scatter plot more cost effective when you have the right land use policies. And some of these may not really cost much. It may just require simple zoning changes that allow housing in the right places where it's needed. And then the other cost to consider is the cost of the infrastructure that's not built by some of those changes. So particularly one approach, and this was mentioned earlier, the Transportation and Climate Alignment Act, that some of the benefits would accrue from certain projects being downsized or certain other more effective strategies being built. So overall, if you look at the what would happen if there's an investment that's investment priorities in our MPOs and elsewhere for more transit-oriented communities, walkable, compact communities, the amount of savings from not building out as much of the highway infrastructure, it gets pretty significant. One estimate for the US would equal about $2 trillion in savings by 2050. This is the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. So there are also benefits in terms of infrastructure savings. This also happens with the land use and more compact development and the cost to local governments of service provision, where it can be serving a household can cost half as much in a more traditional compact type neighborhood than sprawling leapfrog development. So just wanted to add those benefits of land use that could really accrue in terms of both emissions and the cost effectiveness and equity and other benefits. So,
Thanks, Bill.
thank you for your work.
Jeff, you're up. Jeff, you still there?
All right, I think I got technology working here.
Okay.
All right, thank you again for this opportunity. Basically, I'm interested in pointing out that complaining about no climate solution funding from the 2024 General Assembly, why this committee did not approve a fee increase for gas vehicles to MCCC, automatically discredits the purpose that you were put to implement. Number two, this I've noticed just from today's session. I think you have to tell MCCC to recommend to the General Assembly what climate priorities the General Assembly must pass in their legislation to correct or address those priorities that MCCC recommends for that session. You all have the ability to be able to set the priority and put that before the legislature because you've done all the research and you've got all the computer simulated models pointing out what we need and in what purpose. That one in transportation that showed the interaction between what policies and what areas. And it looked like education was number one. Well, if we're going to fund education, we've got to have the climate change education be implemented. And I don't think that was, not even for a week, that was requested in a certain piece of legislation. All right. Well, good luck. Goodbye.
Thank you, Jeff. Dave, I think you're up next. And then we'll have Liz, and I think that ends it.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to give feedback. As was mentioned many times in the conversation is data centers. And I would really look for this group to do really a holistic deep dive into the data centers because as we know, they are growing. The new data centers that are more AI intensive are going to even take more electric. And we hear reports of data centers, big companies really looking at building right next to the Calvert Cliffs and just taking power right from them. And so we've got to really look at what this is really going to do, the build out to us and our electrical demands. We wanted to really learn the lessons from Virginia. Virginia is trying to pass a lot of legislation to correct the problems with data centers. So I would look forward to this commission really doing some proactive research here and doing some proactive suggestions for our guardrails and proper guardrails to make sure that data centers can contribute to our climate goals versus producing too much greenhouse gases, which will prevent us from reaching our goals. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dave. And Liz, you have the last word.
Yes, thank you so much for letting me talk. Dave beat me to his comment, but I was just wondering, are there any energy efficiency standards required for data centers? Do they have to build with geothermal or do they have to have solar on their roof? I mean, those are things that would help, reduce their load on our grid. And the other issue I have, I guess I'm just dismayed that we're talking about funding and just no funding, and then the General Assembly just passed up quite a bit of funding. There was Stride that could have been implemented to save ratepayers money. The RPS with the incineration, Better Buildings Act with zero cost to the state. It just seemed like the interest of the lobbyists was higher than the interest of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I think that concludes it. Kim or Mark, any final comments, or are we ready to adjourn?
I want to address one question that
Yeah, go
just
ahead,
came
Mark.
up from Liz. Liz asked if there are energy efficiency requirements for data centers. And yes, in the sense that MDE in our development of building energy performance standards is required by law to set energy use intensity standards for covered buildings. Data centers are covered buildings. They are larger than 35,000 square feet. Of course, if you build a data center that's smaller than 35,000 square feet, I suppose it's not a covered building, but in our proposed regulation for BEPS, there is a EUI standard that is proposed for data centers. You know, as I think Dave just brought up in public comment, when it comes to data centers, the vast majority of the energy is electrical. So EUI becomes a very important measure to assure that data centers are meeting those energy efficiency targets that are established or that will be at some point established through the EUI standards. But they do, as Kim mentioned earlier, also have some direct emissions on site from generators that, you know, hopefully aren't running all too often, but will occasionally run. And of course, as a covered building, they have to achieve net zero direct emissions, including emissions from their generators. So in other words, if they continue to run generators up through 2040 and beyond, they'd be paying at least the full social cost of carbon for the emissions from those generators. So, you know, there are some ways that data centers would need to comply with state regulations. Those regulations are, of course, not fully adopted yet, but we are working right now to figure out the best path forward for adoption.
And that's, you're talking the energy intensity usage, or I always forget how, but that's been delayed, right?
Yeah, there was an amendment attached to the
Yeah.
budget. Kim and Mike mentioned it earlier that effectively delays MDE's implementation and enforcement. Well, the enforcement piece actually doesn't matter because that wouldn't have begun until 2021. But we can't adopt a regulation that includes energy use intensity standards due to the language in that amendment. So we're right now working to figure out our path forward to adopting a regulation that complies with the budget amendment.
But the BEPS is for existing buildings, not new buildings, correct?
Every building in the state, 35,000 square feet or larger, unless it's exempted by law or a regulation, was covered. So that includes buildings that exist today and that will exist in the future.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, they should be required to build with geothermal or something because they're so energy efficient and they're, you know, would reduce their load on the grid.
And there's no specific requirement for geothermal. If geothermal happened to be a technology that that any building owner would want to incorporate to help them achieve the EUI standards, of course that's eligible. But there's no specific design requirement, prescriptive requirement that says geothermal must be installed.
Kim, you had something you wanted to add?
No, just a great discussion and thank everybody.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Mark, you want to close us out?
It was a fun one, folks. Fun session, fun meeting, fun Earth Day, fun Earth Week. I'm happy April is coming to an end nonetheless. We are looking forward to May and diving into more topics here at the NWG. Certainly heard a lot of interest in looking at how other states, the funding approach is taken at other states, anyhow, lots of good ideas were floated. The steering committee meets in a couple weeks, and we'll discuss the May agenda, and we'll be circulating that in advance of the May meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you, everyone.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.